Okay. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to Limbus company with an Intervallo Mnestic Mxperience. It's a very cool animation. I don't really have any spoilers, with an unfortunate exception of seeing Bumhotted Kim's face. I didn't expect it to happen, but unfortunately I did see it, and we're gonna start off with seeing the ego and the ID that we get here. Starting with the ego of Shadow Vested Blade Singer. I'm still curious if this is Kim's manifested ego of some sort, but we'll probably see. Or not, which would be kinda not very cool, but we'll probably see. Hopefully, maybe. Okay, it rolls 20 on the basic. The cost is alright for a he, and it has very cool effects. Well, when used for the first time in an encounter, consume 15 less SP, so it's only 5 SP. That's crazy for 5 SP. If the Blade Lineage Mentor Muscle used this skill, also consume 1 fewer Wrath, Pride, and Vigor resources. So it costs just 3 Pride for a 20 rolling ego. That's crazy already. Clash Power +1 and deal +6% damage for every 4 poison self. Max 8 Clash Power and 30% damage. 8 Clash Power is a ton. It's wonderful actually. Plus 30% damage is it's alright. If this unit gained Drink to the Fallen during this encounter, deal plus 100% damage against the main target. Blade Lineage Mentor Result deals plus 200% damage against the main target instead. That's actually a ton of damage. On 2 coins for, well, it's on the second use, but still that's a lot. Before attack, gain attack weight max 2. Based on any highest resonance, it's most likely gonna be Pride. Before attack, allies with the earliest deployment orders gain +4 poise count. Sure, wonderful, very nice. Attack end, for other allied Blade Lineage identities that have the lowest SP, heal 10 SP. Wonderful, that's nice. On hit it gives 4 bleed and then 2 count, so that's very nice. That's gonna be 4 bleed with 3 count. If the enemy didn't have any, Drink to the Fallen. Max stack 4, turn start, gain 1 poise for every stack. Okay, Blade Lineage Mentor Muscle gains 2. That's a ton of poise already. Base skills gain plus 15% damage on critical hits. Base skill that gain poise and poise count gain 1 clash power and lose 1 stack. Very easy to refill just this every 3 turns? Probably every 3 turns. The corrosion has 4 coins. Up to 16 clash power. Okay. Yep. Before attack, all enemies and allies gain 4 poise count, 1 slash damage up, and 1 slash fragility. That's so funny. On crit, the final coin gains final power +2. Yeah, that's a ton of damage if it actually works out. So I doubt many will actually use it for the corrosion. Beads of a liquor at blade point. Actually, what's the name? Okay, that's the same. Okay, what's the unknown name? Gasendaya? I don't know what this letter is. Gosendai? I don't know. Anyway. Always active Blade Lineage Mentor Muscle exclusive effect. On hit with a base skill, inflict 2 bleed on target once per skill. This identity counts as identity that applies bleed and poise, and skills count as bleed and poise. Effect on use: when allies defeated, gain 1 drink to the Fallen. If it's Blade Lineage, gain 2. Restart if this unit has Drink to the Fallen, enter Resentment. Min and max speed +2 on hit, heal HP by 10% of damage dealt using the skill. Can heal up to 50% of this unit's max HP per skill. That's barely a cap. Okay. Blade Edge My Sword also gains Resentful Scabbard. When an ally including this unit takes HP damage, gain Growing Resentment equal to damage taken. In Memoriam passive now ignores conditionals and activates at max potential. This is extremely nice. When activating Pride Resonance, applies Swordplay of the Homeland, the true essence on all Blade Lineage allies. Other than this unit. On using Heal My Flesh until the skill end, this unit's HP does not drop below 10, once per turn. Okay. Lose Poison Self by 2 Clash Power. That's gonna roll 0. On using to claim their bones, gain 4 poise. To the Homeland, the True Essence effects. Base attack skills gain final power plus number of Blade Lineage allies in the field by 3, max 2, rounded down. So it would be best for them to be 4 of them. Probably. If this unit is a Blade Lineage Lassalsu, base skills gain final power +1 and deal a lot more damage. Turn and gain 1 haste next turn. And this happens every time, basically. Growing Resentment. To claim their bones, gain stacked by the 100 final power, max 6. On using the final coins of either Heal My Flesh or to claim their bones, deal plus stacked by a 10% damage, then this effect expires. Plus 100% damage, basically. When this... okay, when this unit has Drink of the Fallen, when this unit takes damage, that brings it down to 0 HP. Heal Drink of the Fallen stack times 25% HP, then Drink of the Fallen expires. Once per encounter. Okay, that's reasonable then. When staggered, it earns some stagger. Okay, extremely nice ego. Obviously, it's basically only fit for Blade Lineage Mersault. But still, that's extremely nice for him. Honestly, it's nice even by default. Though obviously not that great. It's alright. Just Resentment is honestly crazy. It gives you lifesteal for 4 turns. Just using it. Yeah, very nice. Let's see LCD Osir team. She is Blade Lineage, so this would probably be very nice. Okay, let's start from the skills. Rending Arts. Add Poise Coin Power, Clash Power for Bleed, add Haste, Clash Power. 3 Clash Power, 2 Coin Power. 16 rolling in a clash. Okay. Gain 2 Poise count, so it's neutral. If this unit has haste, gain 1 Mook Workshop, yeah. Type 2 Blade Row, Thrust Force, Dokaebi Fire. What a name. Max stack 20. Gain up to 10 stacks per turn. Slash base attack skills deal 1% damage for every stack. Defense skill lose Clash Power for every 2 stack. Turn end, gain haste next turn for every 5 stack. Gain poise, inflict bleed. If this unit has Dokakebi arms and +3 haste, reuse this coin once per turn. Okay. Rough with poise count so far. Acupuncture. Add poise, coin power. Clash power for bleed. Add haste, clash power. Gain 3 poise count. Mook Workshop for haste. Poise bleed, bleed count. Reuse this coin. On crit, haste next turn. To claim their bones. Okay. I'm not sure when this procs. Loosen Tripling Flame. Deal plus 1.5 damage on critical hit for every poison self. Already very nice. Final power for every hasten self. Coin power for every poison bleed. Okay. Add Murk Workshop, gain unbreakable coins. Gain poise. Gain haste. Gain Mook Workshop. Gain Mook Workshop, gain free poise count. That's very nice. Mook Workshop, poise. Critical hit for every Mook Workshop. Bleed, inflict, slash fragility, gain 1 Mook Workshop. Very rough with poise here. Defenses, I like the path forward, gain 1 assist defense. Gain haste, gain poise count, gain poise. Gain Mook Workshop. Okay. Assist defenses, observing the stones on the board. Heal 5 SP on the target is unit guarded using assist defense, those very nice. And gain poise. She gains a solid amount of poise. A pretty bad amount of poise count. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. On base attack skill, and if this unit has Smoke 15 plus Smoke Workshop, activate even the balance Lucent Rippling Flame once per turn, which is this. Gain free poise count, damage on critical hit for poise, damage on critical hit for every haste, consume all Mook Workshop, gain poise, gain Mook Workshop, yep. At more than 50 Mook Workshop, yeah. Deal damage on critical hit for every excess stack. Inflict bleed, reuse this coin. She does that a lot. That seems like it would deal a lot of damage. Holy. Okay. On defense skill clash lose, if this unit has 3 plus haste, this unit cannot be staggered from taking damage until defense skill end. And activate to claim their bones after being hit. Which is here. To claim their bones. Does not trigger defense skills, deal damage for HP missing, on critical hit for haste. Damage for Mook Workshop, damage on critical hit for every poise. Damn. Gain free poise, inflict slash fragility, inflict 2 bleed, inflict paralyze next turn. Okay. Where I must return. Upon entering the encounter for the first time, this unit gains Sparing of a Salsu for every blade lineage identity on the field excluding this unit. Which is gain offense level for every stack on attack hit using slash skills, gain 1 poise. Lose 1 stack when blade lineage identities are defeated. She gains a ton of poise. This is not okay. It is capped 2 times per turn, okay. That's a lot. If 3 or more blade lineage identities excluding this unit are defeated in this encounter, before skill use, if this unit did not have Swordplay of the Homeland, gain Swordplay of the Homeland. Okay, I think this one is the same that Kim gains. Okay, this is basically in memoriam. Limbus Company Specialized Custom Prosthetic Prototype MK5 Dokalbi Arms. Commander gain Dokalbi Arms and heal Pride Resonance SP for blade lineage allies identities excluding this unit. Minus 15% damage on skill use, gain 1 haste next turn. Combatant, this effect expires and gain 2 poise count. Okay, some poise count returned. Ah, that's very nice. If there's an allied identity at less than 50% HP on the field excluding this unit, gain 1 assist defense. Gain Mook Workshop for every free poise potency on self. Max 5 2 times per turn. On skill end. Okay. That's gonna be how you mostly gain Mook Workshop probably. I do think she's gonna run out of poise count quite rapidly without any assistance. But Mersault will help her, so that's nice. Cut down what must be felled. Free Pride Resonance, just like this. I have the fastest speed deals plus 10% damage using slash skills. If has haste, 15%. Okay. It is a full ID of stuff. I don't think I would use her normally because I do feel like she's gonna run out of poise count pretty fast, which I really don't like when the IDs have that. But overall, she seems very cool. I love this design overall. I can't wait to see her Aingdu in this Intervallo. Obviously, she's so pretty. We have Escorp Kun Honglu. Fixer, Escorp. Ah, it actually is a fixer. Okay. Constricting Aura Bonds. One pair of Repoison Self Bleed on target, max 2. Okay. That's crazy on a free coiner. If target has Trust, on glue, final power +1, which is base attack 3, min max speed -2, take 10% pride damage, expires when the inflicted retreats, is killed or inflicted on a different target. Replace when thrust by another unit. Lose 1 stack if inflictor did not hit this unit this turn. So you can keep it up perpetually. Just wow. Gain free poise count, gain poise, bleed, bind, trust. Okay. Avulsion slash. Coin power, poise, hair, poison, bleed. If trust, final power, gain 2 poise count, poise, bleed. If target has 2 trust, consume 1 trust on target to reuse this coin. On crit, 1 avulsion wound. On reuse, haste, activate bleed. Avulsion wound is 10 start, gain 2 bleed, then end, gain 1 bind and lose 1 stack. Okay, it's nice. Just a bonus effect. Under scoring. Something like that. Coin power +1 for every poison and bleed on self, max 2. If target has avulsion wound, deal 20% damage. If target has trust, convert all coins in this skill to unbreakables, gain final power +1 and the final coin applies following on hit. 2 bleed count, 1 attack per down. Next turn. Very nice. 5 poise, 3 poise count. If target does not have trust, inflict trust. Inflict 2 bleed count, inflict bleed. Yeah, okay. Plus 50% damage on critical hit. 3 bleed, avulsion wound, critical right fragility. Okay. Flashable counter, poise, clash power, inflict trust. Wow, that's very nice. And 3 poise count. Okay. He also doesn't gain that much poise, just barely enough. Chun-no-kun. Something like that. Trust, prisoner. If target has trust, gain prisoner transport arrangements. Base attack 1 in a clash against enemies that have trust. On glue, clash power +1. On hit against enemies that have trust on glue, gain inflict bleed and gain poise. If no trust targets, expires. When changing skills, if there is an enemy this unit has inflicted trust on glue on, then this unit can redirect that enemy attack skills targeting to itself regardless of speed, focused encounters only. Very nice. Though rarely useful, especially with the bind inflicts, with the min max speed he reduces, and with how it's usually not a problem at all. It's a bonus. Scoring Hunter Band. If this unit is faster than target, deal damage. If target has thrust, double the above damage increase effect. Combat style deal plus 5% damage for every ally that has a slash pride skill equipped this turn. Okay. Spiteful Pursuit. Support passive. When one ally with the earliest deployment orders attacks an enemy that has spined, deal plus 10% damage. He doesn't have any poise count assistance, really. But overall, yeah, very cool idea. Bro, this S1 is crazy looking. Probably is very nice. Just, yeah. And finally, we're done with the new gameplay stuff. Let's check out the Intervallo at last. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No, he's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should put him back and let him... Dante. Sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is this scene's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad. What has happened here? It's just hard to focus one conversation trying to support battles happening in a completely different places at once. On top of that, Rodia's shopping chat is starting to get a little distracting. That's probably the effect of Markov. Though I'm very curious to how it actually works for Dante. Does he experience every single sinner's senses at once? I sure hope for him that isn't the case, otherwise they couldn't fuck or anything. Oh, well, they could, but Dante would be in for a rough time. A few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the backstreets of N-Corp to take care of the distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping over an area of the backstreets called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisak, and Mesrog were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Honklu were suppressing distortion that had showed up from other directions. With our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus and to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and though I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I had acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought. Moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? As you're acting a lot like you did on the wharf train. Appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So is right you are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. This is saying why she can't technically access the Gesellschaft. It may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to recent events in the House of Spiders, it will appear that memories concerning the individual designed as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshi and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time was the only one left with intact memories, huh? Hey Corp, Catherine, and Arayashiki, yeah. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, Dan Manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have a structural limitation. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey. That is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. That treasure will give me back my memories in my head also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. What is that? Exactly! Is that me from before all of this began had wanted badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means, or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind, you are still following your star acceptably. Acceptably! Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in the battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give him the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I also will be able to tell when it's bad time to call someone in too. Are they having sex? Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they are doing. Yep, pulling the hip to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rodia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage to do that with a huge baguette? And Otis group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, that guy over there must be. Hang on. Oh, so there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Do you specify the issue? I'm monitoring this situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. The incident is of serious nature. Perhaps a request for support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Why didn't say it's not serious? What? Also, he seems to be able to disable Malkov. Oh, yeah. At least not focus on the specific ones. Rendezvous. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping other groups. Otis command calls have worked out well enough. I give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected. But we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand out of it? Arm and hand signals? What signals do you think the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter! Gosh. That was close, we almost got flattened. Damn it, even rookies with nothing but most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? I don't think that face has ever happened before. Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. Think that of all personal detail, only the swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, do you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? It's unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. It might as well be splitting hairs regularly, and that's a lot of hairs. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis' instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing. Slam. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Oh, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up distortions upstairs? Oh, I finished a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending. Sunken deep enough to be likened to an incipience of wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after steams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of distortions outside the building. Great! Can you check up on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are a segment of Maxman's skin crawl, not a pleasant sight also for their attire. This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears an attire of an ordinary fixer. At least the distortion I landed on, probably a local resident judging by the clothes. Didn't if you happen to see anything nearby bursting with big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, sayest thou? How? Was this not a mere matter of saying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal, I explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bambo Hakim is also here, so... He's okay now? Sure he is. Be sure. You will be surprised once you know just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Angdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice. If I say anything about it now. Creek. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Yet the warm trickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there's more to sunshine than its warmth. You said that in the Arcanite's interval. Is that an intervallo, really? in the Arknights collab. And what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. It's my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. Why are they posing like that? Aw, she's so cute. Why are they posing like that? That's why I told you to leave it alone. Dealing with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surrounding and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say Mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Plain lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. You really have to dress it up like that. I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch. Where's the switch? Aha! Gotcha! Is that a fucking rack? I did see his face. But it's still surprising. She's so sad. Oh, goodness. Known as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yes, that's me, I guess. I should say pleased to meet you, folks. She's so sad. Oh my goodness. She's so short here, I forgot. I had the image. Ah, goodness, what a start. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Hakim I remember was the one who had drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless voice. That, however, had been a while. Had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality is in the same ballpark as my expectations. That's... Hey, this guy here is Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Yep, we double checked with Ezra and she said he really is the same guy. Oh, that fire on your head, not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. I'm not sure if I like that. Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the true and serious man whom we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further combination would be redundant and this individual is conclusively identical to that one designated as Bamboo-Hatted Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Dude, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. No, I told them that you are a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor. But they don't look like to heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear the faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking? I also told them that you're a man of few words but with much affection for the followers under your command. Too. Yes, Mentor. As a complete and utter lie, man of a few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Aw, if I spoke no falsehoods, Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and tactical when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting in on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything but block this part, Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. You're on the folks, huh? Then you already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the Limbus company. Why did thou not pay a visit to the LCE early, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into an open air and touchable field of grass clear of the storm of the heart? An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of the battle during the Operation Spiderfire. We'll have to account for your absence in the mission. What mission? Oh, that one. He finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned toward Otis. Hey. Although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in the expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard bothersome work, get what I mean? I'm not sure if I like this. Literal disconnect between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? Let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job. Round 2, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot eyeing dudes apparently been promoting me as folks. And I very much like to stop getting involved in stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. You literally attack by putting your life on the line. Fine. Why did you join the city in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. Catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then the force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name? Golden Bow. Yes, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. And do, dear. There are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. To shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of shield to protect your eyes? What is this face? Lady Ezra might submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor, only if it's not too much for an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there, that's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says, and then the supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in a piggy bank while you can, or you end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me, I shall cover the cost myself. No, wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort. I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of the merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best items. So I beg this favor to you. You give me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no stranger to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll get you what you want. Heard the gentle lady, man. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid conversation. Pray continue. had reached the part where they invited you to tour another apartment. No sooner Angdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on. It was strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was gonna relax and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there is a debt to be repaid. Please understand we're indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Tim's gaze lingered on Angdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Angdu, your arms. Only after following the Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Angdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Angdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what types of prostheses she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not that the arms, even her clothes are different now, and the sword. These arms are fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Angdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase the components fixed on her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly falling back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wet to machine articulation. This as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried instead. Himself. Yep, that showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. It was a strikingly similar to Squash Industries and 7 lineup, but I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's phenomenal deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Apple will find another like them. They're based on technology spanned from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to the memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent whenever he wanted to say next, catching in his chest. Something trouble you, Master Sinclair. Master Sinclair? Yeah. But, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. You definitely lack tact. Those arms have still the painful memory from within you. For that I apologize. It's alright now. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for being the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life. Walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl, we just walked for 4 hours, that's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crashed down in the corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the ground, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to... What is he doing? What? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a breakdown, but there are tropes and clothes that backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Huh. That could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably that thing definitely looks like a camera at least. Small cylindrical object. What do you suppose this is? Battery maybe? There's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... What's shot as sharp warning as Sinclair as she had... realized something. But Marcel's hand shot out before she could even finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled out a little bit though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, in this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep, it went back in. Seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Without any explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by NCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion guys. Where should I begin? Then in the next breath, she turned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Yeah, for the unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories as every bit as devastating as Gregor's. I don't think that much, but it's definitely close. Does the Riot remain at deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? Can I feel any distortion nearby? Didn't seem like other themselves were actively engaged in battle at the moment. Dante is asking whether the suppression has in fact already been concluded. No, not yet. This view just thought they only caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. You haven't even gotten close to distortion inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had just been handled a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Okay. Calling to mind the present context, it may less be a mathematical term and more a specialized policy referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection on the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use a term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion is hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, distortion is never getting solved. So I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into the phantoms or whatever, right? You mean the dungeon of the phantoms. Yep, that's the one. From where you're standing, distortion are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snout out of everything in there, and tada! Patient is ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost beat my sleeve off. Really, I thought your team would be set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with distortion suppression requests if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send a request to the company or to our detective's office. Oh dear. I've been yawning a lot. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently the residents of Butter's had chipped into commission all kinds of agencies like Swain, the combat specialized fixer officers. None of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed to us. This such phenomenon is related to this kind of photograph still occurring unchecked somewhere on the street. Exactly, that's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash grey suits and the logo on the collar of the uniform and the brave faces. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Where's my soul? Pretty much that he used to work at Anchor. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are? So, yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members, given the camera briefcases in their possession. They are likely members of the pinframe team of service desk clues. Mercer traced the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? And if you can tell us about them. Yes. It is one of the N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information and intersector. That will be enough. What's he talking? Is he talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, nothing to be jealous of. You think it will be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Might be an issue of us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia's right. From Anchor Pinframe team. Seen him a few times before in the Anchor nest. Why would people already busy enough dealing with the nest affairs come all the way out to a shy back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Because aside from combat situations, I still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then. As well, maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. Mesrul's eyes widened, his gaze fixed me with such a force I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with... There's no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a tone... and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Marshall's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whenever this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his friend, which I know is just around the corner, go ahead and tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I get on a chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh I see, my bad, as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recording in the violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contract with an informant in the backstreets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designed by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way, they don't say taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontractor officer officers or employees of the department in the church. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss too, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through the belongings for enlightening clues, yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning truth from what lies before her with a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Employee card. This one's a wallet, let's put that back, we don't wanna be robbers. Aha, this might be it. It's an order missive. That feels exceedingly simple. Work details, elimination of this individual of category 3 taboo violation, address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means it is pointing to something. whoever used to work in the studio and distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mentioned, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, have the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Well, I had foreseen that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to the quicksand, badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our just like chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay, then we should get moving too. Big intro. Hopefully combat node this time, correct. On the fourth one. I do wonder who we are fighting at the start. Okay. This is gonna be very unfortunate. Actually, this is this team I specifically made for this, but I didn't give them anything. We're gonna be very under-leveled for this too. Though we can probably use stuff like Superbia in here because it's not really a big deal. We're not gonna need them when we have the whole team. So that's nothing to worry about. Is this boys too? Yes. Doesn't matter. Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 시작.
We spent a long while rifling through the photo studios with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There's sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that. Aside the canister containing the film roll that Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. It's probably best to check out the content of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. You guys find any sort of photo development or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? The time I do, I have no idea. But with sprite enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like the team leader, I would have passed the role examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But mentor, having already passed the royal once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, I do. So it is with life, there is no undoing what has already been cut. Wait. I do think he didn't tell her about just what he did. A bit confusing. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no afterthought that has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Angdu. I'm really meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly at the eateries, where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of thing you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel like stabbing pain in my belly. The spot, oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed, that I do not need to concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But this still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't wanna hear. Ah, is that so? Angdu pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. Hearing my sharp cutting words afflicts you so that perhaps reading them would cause no suffering. Angdu, what is wrong with you? His face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Angdu said he had? I have to agree. Young Angdu, there is a matter I will ask thee. Apparently I wasn't the only one. Pray speak freely. This may have perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I, when speaking to others of whom I serve, often ornament my words with laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet. Understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. So this is your first time seeing Matt with his shoulders so embraced, and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect were the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, and even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly, why, if the fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river, our life has such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she had truly believed every word she said. Then leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this faint stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging his heels. I will ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Pursue that thou too hast been burdened with the struggle of serving your superior." That's what it was now, I get it. Plum. Oh, hello. Just as I witnessed the blending of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. Yep, that's them. Right at the target location, appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Same thing happened last time when I saw the N-Corp employees out with the wrong internet all of a sudden. Pop. A sudden flash blinded my vision wide. As though I had stared straight in the burst of seeing light, so intense and bright it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop and my vision blind, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. This again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angdu? Though Escorp may indeed be passing through hard times, this eye was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to Escorp? No, though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until now. But somehow it was now surrounding us, surrounding every corner of the space where we stood. The raised stone walls, the trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point toward a single phenomenon: distortion. Depths of the phantoms made entirely out of distortion. Oh. There are completely different distortions where the encode employees were just a moment ago. Executive manager. It's exactly this what I was trying to explain. Whoa! Shunno-kun? Whereas the people in the smart unit should have vanished. In their place, figures clad in bloodstained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging uneasy steps. And let's 5% talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he has no desire to close praise with the Shunno-kun escort twice. Come on, man, not again. It's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager. Alright, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders. Okay. Lots of preamble. I am very curious how they fight. And what is even going on? This is... Okay. We have 9 people here. And what... Okay. Ezra probably is basically the same, Miller. Basically the same. Passives. Okay. She just doesn't bother with Shin. That's cool music. Oh, she's so cute. Actually, does she count as a blind lineage allies for us? Hold on. This is the same as the mask. Resentment. Cherry. Attack power up and defense power down. Okay, haste. Limbus Community Specialist Custom Prosthetic Prototype MK5 to Dock Heavy Arms. Catastrophic again, Dock Heavy Arms. Offense level +4, defense level +4. Minus 20% damage, haste, voice count. Dock Heavy Arms. Do you chance speak of Dock Heavies that often appears in Tales of Old? I can scarcely believe it, yet after all I have witnessed by the length of the hospitality of Limbus Company, the existence of Dock Heavies from folklore may well be within reason. Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokkaebi unit. Ah, Lord drop. I love how they color it, even if it doesn't really matter. Oh. She just gets that passive. 1 crit gain, 1 haste. 3 times per skill, 2 times per turn. Ah. Okay, let's start with this lore. On the outside, it looks no different from the prostheses you might find in other nests or backstreet, but apparently, this particular prosthetic limb has been created using technology unique to Limbus Company. I wonder what that could be. Since the development of this prototype was led by the LCD department, I would assume it has to do something with battle distortion. Oh, that's not to say that I have any certainty regarding the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it, you see. It's just a simple speculation, really. In any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. Okay, this is exactly the same. You like that model? Oh, New Girl Scotland. iPhone quality. Excuse me, can we try this model? Oh, come on, relax. I know the deal. You break it, you buy it. Thanks. See, told you I'm a regular here. Okay, so the sword and the scabbard come as a set, so grab them both and feel the weight. How's that? Not as heavy as they look, huh? Oh. See, there's this particle powder thingy in that scabbard under every patent by Mook Workshop. Every time you shift and unshift the sword, for a brief moment, its blade comes out way sharp and lighter. The metal you're holding sharpens to focus the sharpness. It's like ding and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. I think it's one of the Yi series models. That's Mook Show classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here. It's... what the heck? Hey, this is a Ye Type 2 model that went out of production. You know what? This stuff really isn't easy to come by. We're lucky we found one here. It's such a rarity, my lady Esa. Perhaps you ought to wield it instead. No, it's fine. Well, I can see it's literally made for you. It will work real nice with those boosters on your new prosthetic arms. It will need some getting used to, but you'll be one heck of a fighter once you get the hang of it. Anyway, consider it a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially a new girl. No more temp IDs. Then I shall accept with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that should watch out not to break, okay? You know what? Just let them break if it really comes to it. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Yep. Okay. She's basically the same as the ID, it seems. Why do we not get this voice count? Oh, that's a remix of Bamba Kim's OST. She's extremely similar. And what are these? Escort Fixer. Aura Bones. Huh. Oh, that's a lot stronger. That's so cool. Wow. Jumbled memories. Offense level up, just level down. My apologies, I've been yawning a lot. That's splitting memory on Clash Lose. Gain one hesitating memory. Gain bind, gain Clash power up. Hadn't count DIY4. Scarring Counterbrand. Last damage for bind on target. I'm gonna read that in a moment. Poise. Staggered. Inflict to bind. Okay. Recover the ice is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Corp Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with the same products. These fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times they can also serve as a means to communication with distant allies. Okay. Shunokon Incapacitate, Shunokon Bind. Okay. Oh. Shunokon. If this unit inflicted thrust on the target, gain precision transport arrangements. Fix this unit's speed to 1. Fix this unit's base skill coin power to 0. Oh, can end lose 1 stack. With the prisoner transport arrangements buff on the quick expires, this expires as well. Look how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up to the powers that be. Prisoner transport arrangements. Fix this speed to 1. The rest effect on this inflict on the target expires of the if this unit is defeated or staggered, loses effect. Okay. Escort commands 2 sorts of Taboo Hunters, the Royal Censors and the Chinnokons. Agents of the Royal Court, the Royal Censors, generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salty Pieo. Chinnokons, much like Fixer offices, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or contract to hunt down the branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the band. The hunt is for Nobi. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Okay. Do they inflict that? Not yet. Okay, you can deal with that. We can go for a very few attacks. Yeah.
랜던 서울을
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
That was
맞지?
kinda crazy high rolls.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 네 상대는 나야. 이리리 빠!
Ah!
저자 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸려.
The scaring. Huh. Very cool mechanically. He's so screwed. You can take one free hit, hopefully just not the scaring, hopefully you can clash with that. Not yet. It was 13. Okay, we... Never mind. We actually want to not take care of it. So Engidu can roll her yielding flesh.
즐겁겠군. 하나, 둘, 박살.
Yeah, this is just assisting, it's helping me a ton. Damn. Okay. Does she not? She didn't have the haste. I think.
재밌겠는데? 대전
I don't think we really need to bother much with this fight.
6천
Probably just gonna win right there.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
애원했어요.
이 상대는 나야. 재밌겠는데?
Just let them go wild. Let the girls go wild. Yeah, that's kinda wild.
그냥 5배.
That's a very lame weapon, Ezra. He's try something else. How did you do that? How did you do that?
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 멀고 또 멀고.
Okay. No need to waste turns.
무례해.
This is pretty unlosable. Unfortunately, it's not very interesting either. Thank you, Ezra, for overkilling that guy to high hell. Oh. They're both going for him. Let's all get to get this guy then.
벤단 사월을 건 살을 베어내
확실하게 갈라지는 감각이었네.
지금처럼
Really.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳
How did you even get that blood on yourself? That should be all of them. Surveying the area of measured alert, trying to cast the blood from my sword with a sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. And not turning back, doesn't look like being up to these certain ones repaired them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events in the way. Let us search for clues while time allows for it. This background is horrifying. Right, you take that side angle, I search here. Moved though as though they were used to this kind of situation without even taking a moment to catch their breath at their path, they began searching the space. Riffy! About the assertions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Riffy, I cannot make sense of the situation. Could thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomena? Apologies, it would appear I overlooked the briefing to the urgency of this predicament. This is according to the definition present by Lady Moss, a location type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since spaces and buildings can't move on their own, distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion already progressed pretty far along, Middle stage probably. They don't usually get to speak, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. And those people... Up, Isang! Entered the space and got caught up in it. And our jobs right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomena. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility that a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when a distortion leads into this place around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader rapped off on me, I guess. Ezra continues with a sheepish giggle. Sheepish. In any case, he won't be able to suppress or kill the distortion if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. And these are the cliff emblazoned upon their headbands. True. We speak propulsion pursuit, it marks them as the Chunnokuns. Chunnokuns. Functionaries charged with scoring and hunting runaway nobbies. Here from homelands as we do, I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among the query. Scientists and technicians were daily being dispossessed of their station in Escorp after all. So was no idle talk. Scientists who plied their craft of fattening and Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobby could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobby, the wretched appellation conferred upon the people for convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. So-called taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey and therefore frame the capture with invented transgression? Oh dear. They are basically slave mongering. I'm not sure if that's a word. But they are basically marking the commoners or those who they don't want escaping as slaves. The powerful soul desire to chase a man down, take possession of his very being and keep him caged, and they need only decree that he should bear the lot of an obi, such as what Escorp has become today. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Now could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Yi-sang? Or me perhaps, none of us. Would you say that they may be conceptual form of Chunnokun's generated by distortion? That's a plausible conjecture. We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting. To further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why Escorp and its Chunnokuns have appeared as the motive of this phenomena. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with its memories most foul? The presence of Chunnokuns thus suggests a possible correspondence to Iseng memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Crop's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Mamhat Kim or Tangtu's memories. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, not getting that pop inspiration, can't even guess what this distortion wants either. Pop. White flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried with annoyance. If only that minute was here, hacking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back? Yeah, that's a cute face. So this is why I kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. Necrop employees must have it rough too, getting dragged with distortion like this. What else are we supposed to do? It was self-defense, they were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Just do what we can for now. First we need to develop the film we found here, and we'll Head to the nearest dark room and... Actually, let's first drag the slippery hat wearing cold back here. And get him talking about the Chunakons. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just sleeps off without telling anyone. Oh. As one part of him watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration. I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. We located him. What was? Boss Clock found something. Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatted Kim is right now. Oh. This is very scary.
승부수가 먹혀들었군. 판세는 완벽히
Yep, that's the guy. That's the Bamboo Hatted fella.
찾을 때까지 이 기세를 잃지 않기를.
That's kind of the name he could get. That's them again.
자유로워질 수 없어.
화점에 두지.
출정이군요.
피가 범람한.
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고
서로.
내 작품
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
오케이.
배워내겠습니다.
Yeah, I
저
don't really
살점을
worry about
찢으면
that.
더 붉게.
Bloody hell, what's up with these kids? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? By judging their... But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellows. And things are going so well, we could have knocked out those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, we just had to go bark at them first. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Also, it's my fault? Those bastards looked like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked up with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, but not everyone's itching to swap hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you going? I'm not gonna milk that. Excuse me? What, you got a problem too, mate? Not at all. Just wondering, but I know that the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that enough your true performance? Shame was really enjoying watching you four dance. Might have mistaken this place for a peach blossom land of legends had there been cup of a fine Macgeoli to... That's not how you read it. Macgeoli to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, right? He has a tag name though. I think it says LCD. LCD or the hook is... Am I supposed to what up every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear, such bold swing at... Didn't know there was an anchor to that performance. Ha! You slippery little rat. I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Behind there's... Oh, he took out all of those top-wearing people with just a single strike. I say that's about chorus the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades in Murin Tales never lingered on the stage for long after all. Where the hell do you think you're going? God damn it. I'm... Oh, now with memory transmission. Lose one stack. This unit has 0 stack of the effect. And I use effect. Effect transform. I'm extremely curious what this actually means. Huh. We'll see who wins this. And I win anyway. Let's just go with this. Very fortunate.
말은 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
Should have chosen some better attacks, but it's whatever.
당신이군요. 저를 묻어주리까.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는
See.
한 너희의 시간은 사라지지 않을 테지.
Carry Carrier. Or. Ar. I. Ugh.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Good job, Greg. I'm proud of you. There's 10 of them, right? Yep, same as before. Actually, let's just copy this to finish them off. And so others can actually do stuff. I completely stopped paying attention, but I have no idea what happened to that status that I had.
자세가 무너졌네. 자비에 감사하다.
For bleed. Oh.
너희가 걸어야 할
Whoa. Okay.
그 끝이
Okay.
보이는 만큼 멀고
I see what happened now. Okay. Intelligence obsession. Clash against intelligence gathering. Fragile. Arrange information. If you see intelligence gathering on enemy, heal the SP. When using a skill on identify ranked the skill photograph, flash power -5. On triggering tremor based on enemy, raise the stagger threshold by ping nail stack. Ping, okay, ping nail. Just gain 1 offense level down for every 2 bind. Max 3. Gain bleed equal to stack. On tremor burst, gain bleed count equal to stack once per turn. And then gain bind equal to stack next turn, max 6, then lose 1 stack. That's crazy. This is such a unique effect too. This is reticent. Same stuff, same stuff. And they have the same negative effects. This is just swapping them out. Wow, that's so cool.
자세가 무너졌네.
That's an idea.
자비에 감사하도록.
Huh. And that's for free?
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어. 가장 새빨간 지옥색의 피아노.
So fuck.
자세가 무너졌네. 자비에 감사.
Yep,
지금처럼
this Ryoshi sure is an idea. Huh. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a moment ago and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, Bloke just stand up out of nowhere, fluffed his gums and did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long listless sigh as though she was getting sick of and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say that your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust that you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. Has never left his post without a purpose so far. No, I get it. Come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we would stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him to a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Last time we all thought that he was being a good patient, stringing it off in a recovery ward, but no, when the LC got infiltrated, he snuck out without even telling anyone. And came back like nothing happened. The team didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... I was supposed to mention that, was I? Isn't he paid to participate in the operation was? Simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you suggest? Lady Moses made us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in the precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who had locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. It's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm. Nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just cut on and did the job himself. Huh. It's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster and that helped LCA actually that helped LCA to actually deploy. That would have been delayed for another hour or two. He hadn't stepped in apparently. Okay, so he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed to a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. And the surgery is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we're all stuck inside the building back during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it today, but never mind. It's always like this with him. He always sleeps away, bombs back in saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those 3 missions doesn't go his way? He just drops dead in the street somewhere. How are you supposed to help him then? Yeah, he probably doesn't mind that. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw Bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless soul who doesn't know where he's stepping. Yeah. Blaze proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him from that far. And he sent him to back us up, and there's no way he just happened to run into us. Just when we were about to get into battle in it. Then, well, could be Bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. Could be that. I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew. Said he could hear that kind of shite too. He said, I can hear them gears turning. Or I think that I hear rats scaring about. He'd do things you're gonna make head or tails of. Listen, there was this one time where we were explaining life or death fight. Matthew said he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he lost his bloody mind. Back and I was on the ship. Because she was on the ship. That's true. Some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling waves to blunt their fear, only to stumble around the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, the boss could knock it back like away. Still, the point is, getting blasted right before a turf war is not most sane people would call a good idea. That was all crass, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths on how they'd kill him and put an end to the dead ravies. That's when we came storming and had them surrounded instead. Not single one of them got away. We beat them bloody every last bastard, and boss knew it would play out that way. Barstool bragging to me. I should think it was no mid-chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was just one out of many such coincidence. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled out one of these stones, our load ended up growing bigger. We wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it was a just coincidence. This is likely what is most referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is sorted and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff had demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprised even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment or are you talking the piece out of me? Does not seem to fit to explain each step he takes. When all has passed, I even find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep pointing at the shape of his intent may yet become clearer. Though I confess I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. He probably just feels really guilty about what he didn't do. And he tries to distance himself too. Wait. Don Quixote began hesitating and stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine. It wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. The red lights aren't helping at all, especially with the aging eyes. I'm looking for the light switches right then. Don't turn on the light. Sinclair, are you dumb? Messerot, where are you? Afghan, is he washing some? I'm developing the film romance. Explosive light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he's been doing his own thing and explain why he has been quiet all along. You know how to print photographs well. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed. Manager, I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of distortion rests upon a photographer. Film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. Images bear a strong resemblance to those photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Where do you get these photos? From this photo studio, I cannot name the location of the picture with certainty, They will all appear to have been taken at various places in Encorp's district buildings mostly. Wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like this when supplying stuff at the department store. These photos must have been taken by a docographer. He gave a container a shake every now and then, with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be a part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Encore. In most cases, taking photographs is done as a part of professional duties. Approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job. Yes, to photograph the information can be poured into the count experience. Oh, a docographer. How could a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into this distortion? Decent job maybe, how do I know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any darkrooms, right? It didn't. My team there said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in Ncorp you have to go to the darkroom, develop and print them. Correct, film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from that photo studio. I suppose. Check out these windows. They're only covered by newspaper, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this background doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a lot of fortune in some places in the city, right? When they're right mind to print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper. Oh, sure isn't even a legit backroom. Someone just had in the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people usually don't avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted. Right, manager? Messelt came to my side quietly, giving the stench in the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to reveal this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until the development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Our engaging battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have just necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There's no need for cross, and I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow down? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, the reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Ncorp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on events thus far made it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senior Heathcliff, Senior Honglu, and Senior Gregor have battled Ncorp pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircases, approaching closer and closer. I think I know what Messelt is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? Initial rinse is finished, the process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Merciful Hugh. Dash. Should have warned us earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Okay. Ridiculous idea. And no combat, actually. After the battle. Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of escorts, Backstreet is with a flash, and do had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And then of her gaze, are those photographs? Indeed. Photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a cum jewel at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung up in the darkroom, and remained thus when distortion took hold. Bizarre observation of unaffected elements in space occupied by the location type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escorp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check out ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Menesal stepped forward and plucked a few photos of it, and the instant he brought them to me, under pop, and a bright flash blinded my vision for a moment. With distortion, likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between Escorp and Encorp. Getting caught in a flashbang detonation, my whole body tenses up and goes slack right after. And it's bright here now. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer and returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film container out of the container and flipped the liquid off with clean controlled motions. Is the procession sync finally done? Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film. Once development is complete and the image is fixed, there is no cause for concern. That's a relief. Okay, I'm gonna have to not read everything. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up photographs so I could take a proper look. Yeah, there are people in them. Huh. Huh. The people in the photographs all looked different from one another. I had to pick one similitude and they all looked cold and indifferent. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these kinds of photographs they used to make Kanda Experience? Oh, what was that? The scenery and others seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask how each also felt the strange sensation, but it fades away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Dante! Maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo. Is it impossible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Messelt must have noticed that I was out for a sort of moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought he said docographers take these photos to put into Kanda Experiences. Grand Magazine Sisyph. Huh. Sisyph what? Is that popular, huh? Experience butter. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Looking through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. I'm not exactly an authority on distortion, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. Everything distortion has shown us so far points back to escort, that is, the escort from the past that only Kim and Ang-do would have seen and remembered. Those photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? I don't get it yet. There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even a distortion. That obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced. I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, altered clues we have. Whoa. I thought that Ezra would find. I think I know where to find those people. Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from voice and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC. Do you regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshi. Yeah. Red is with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Oh yeah, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? 1 sec. I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Although I gotta readjust the pie if I want. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Yes, you can treat food like that, okay? But it has, I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think baker feels if they knew someone was treating the precious babies like trash? Rodion, you fat ass. Discovered this rattling again for no reason. Oh. No, it's not a fight. And then what's this about? Closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph. Mesut had brought to me. Where is that bakery you're at? Ah. I thought it would be one of the defeated ones, but rather the distorted ones that we have supposedly seen at the first location. Oh, bakery owner. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery is a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her head and gave her a quick nod. This man, he works in the cannery canteen right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his coworkers. Haven't seen him around lately though. Asking the question might be help. Otis showed the baker under photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one too. I would guess it's the cannery uniform. Yeah, you're right, but she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by distortion, right? But she would be a close acquaintance. His name? Am I supposed to know that? Bread Queen. I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy even in her name gave me pause. Took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. Whoa. The baker's dimly changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, unlike object. He said he'd give me 5 of these can't experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Instantly throw in the topograph of the building of my choice. The topograph's building, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. Tell him to get me a topograph this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. Don't ever get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way at least I can experience what it's like it goes. And does everything I'd hope for him. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was distinct eeriness, that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the cannery's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. Memories alter for intense simulation. Does sound quite shady. I swear I expected she would say fishy. Addiction. How enjoyable. Cheese are made with content with devouring force cream stored in an instant use cans. Oh yeah. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? For what? You came bargaining with all these questions, especially not to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without paying a single loaf after crowding up my bargain and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. Tip. Before the whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us wide berths and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread. Come on, like neighbor. I practically cleared the shelf already, didn't I? So I already ate some. Let's buy a little more. Still we scared of other customers. Oh, nice sesame rice bun for me, please. What? It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making interest at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. You cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for him to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. Yeah. Ezra Hungry Fist drove straight to Kim's solar plexus, falling him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Messelt approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. Completed the development of the film, as per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in that canister we were checking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light, as it is a reversal film? images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did ask his and unrolled the film. I can see it, huh? That's pretty cool. It's hard to make out details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. We are all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? Oh, okay. Oh. And I... Taboo. Okay.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집.
Oh crap! As soon as I registered myself words, my hands reflexed through the film to the ground. Are we gonna... We must have broken a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed the window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Vergilius with us back then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble if just carrying anything that has to do with them, can they? I carefully turned toward the seniors, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. See, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Kinda real. Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They don't panic. It will be fine. Aircorp's not gonna heal in the spot for just possessing the film roll. Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a family filming it, right? Aircorp dudes get here to pick it up. Just comply with their commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to authorities. Everything should be a-okay. Thank you, Mersault. Eh? Oh. But University that Aircorp has their own regulatory standards regarding the image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. The footage's image quality or frame rate is within the regulation. Aircorp won't be seeking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time or give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it may be. So what they're really sniffing around is for how close to reality the video is, or how close someone experienced it rise to real life. Okay, so that's kinda why this is a violation at all. Just so it wouldn't replace Count Experience, I suppose. So if we're really unlucky and they actually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. Frame rate within regulation fail. It means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo light shows, they only show you one image every few seconds. So it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Otis picked up the film from the ground and showed it to Mersault. That cannot be determined. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up at the unrolled team in unison. That's when Bamboo had at him, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Evra punched him stabbed in the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine Backstreet Dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. So he says. Phew. But how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on the wind? Well, I've seen maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as taboo, and each on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One fleeing shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it. Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for us, for all of this backstreet to see. Wouldn't that make everyone here, even those unwittingly came across the projection? I thought it would make those folks fighters of the taboo. But why would anyone? So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking for a workshop if they could make him a projector. I think most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. I had to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, is it not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos? Pray tell, why would any insane mind? True. Ah, so how do you track this guy down? Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. How unfortunate. Okay. Yep, it's just L-Corp again. Oh, we have them. Okay. We can do whatever. We have 12 people and 2 assist units against 5 of these guys. And then another 5. It's such overkill. Holy.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리까.
Oh shit, he failed. He got flashbanged. Oh. Hello, Rodia. Huh. This win rate is gonna make me cry.
무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한 너희의 시간이
Ainda do you lose the clash? It's very sad.
재밌겠는데? 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Yep. Yep.
살을 베어내고
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
이 자리에 있는 것
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만
즉결 처형이다.
그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한
Oh, she's really have like 200.
사라지지 않을 테지.
Neutral. Sure. Oh shit, he does that too. That was worthless though. Angdu. Thank you, Isang.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
And now it's no wonder she's gonna.
뭘
Okay, this is Lucent Tripling Flame. She's still gonna win that probably. Just lose the first clash. Okay. Sure.
된다면 사활을 건다.
Yay!
이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
That's not a clash win, but it's pretty alright.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공모대 같았어.
Rhodia! That's a pretty cool animation though. Oh. Hello?
절박하게 갈망했으니
Goodbye.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Yep,
왜 엄마가
these are going for them.
말도 못 섞고
Okay, they're very dead then.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 손가락 안에서도 네로라하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가
어디에서도
보여준
볼 수 없을 색채로
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
This guy was ridiculously dead.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라.
어.
그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것을. 처절한 원목 법적.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
I hope we're not
많은
gonna
기억을
fight
쌓아줘.
Blade through Pekatula anytime soon.
그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있.
Pursuit. Huh. Instead of story node, normally it's a photo.
별일 수 있는
Okay.
길이겠죠?
요료슈쿠! 엄마가 만반잘부는 싫다고 해서 내가 만들어준 인사말이야. 요슈니까 요료슈쿠!
It's the same thing. Why are you doing this to yourself? Ezra, you damn dog girl. Hmm. Should be nice. This guy is dead.
빠르게 처리하지.
Rhodia, I can't even blame you. Okay, this was well.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 가속 펀치!
Okay. Ouch. Tiger stance. Oh. It's class power only, right? Yep. And how? No! How are you too slow? What do you gain haste from? Damn it! She's not getting any SP. This is the fastest one too. That's so annoying. That's not gonna work out. That's gonna work out. Oh, we don't have anyone fast enough. Okay, we... No assist defense either. Okay, this should be alright.
그려낸 대로.
Go. Smack him.
허술하군.
It's alright. Phew, that was close.
되다. 당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 묻어주리.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는
What was for the
한
graph?
너희의 시간은 이 시계 소리 또한 끊어지겠지.
Okay, it's fun. It's well, it doesn't clash. That's not an issue. Okay, Angdu, you managed to get your first clash. That's very nice. Ezra tried to steal it from you, but you got that. This is a high rolling skill.
어디에서도 볼 수
이
없을
순간이
색채.
파도 베어내리라.
네 상대는 나야.
Okay.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐?
I do have to wonder now if
그중
Kim
제일
actually
뛰어난 게
has
검이었고.
Shin or Mangs. I assume we're gonna fight alongside him at some point.
흉터의 결과요.
너희가
In this
걸어야 할
interval, I
수라의
mean.
길은 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고
Okay,
또
these
멀고.
two we can basically consider that. Here. Here. Well, this is not gonna kill him. This skill kinda sucks.
빠르게 처리하지. 빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
I do wonder if we get something like an Ezra ID. I do hope that we're not gonna just get a bag full of stuff that she has. I hope we could actually manipulate what we have in the bag. That would be absolutely cool. Incredibly badass, in fact. And hopefully it's gonna be the case as these IDs get more advanced.
자세가 무너졌나?
오, merci. For free.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은 여전히 그
Girls,
끝이 보이지
come on.
멀고 또 멀고.
You keep doing that. Wait, I was lost. Here. Huh. Okay.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You didn't even mean to win that, did you?
흐드러지게 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록.
Oh lord.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하도록.
A ridiculous amount of damage from that skill.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
Yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah, get this guy. Get this writer guy right here.
지금처럼 는 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있.
Clear stage. Oh, are we actually getting to the end? Also because I'm sure someone will have it. Someone will have it. Sure. She's so pretty here too. Wonderful.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
What a waste of time. Mersal stood a footstep away from the rest of sinners and watched in silence as tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing, without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance of ruin, he marveled. I was struck by the sense of brief yet distinct strangeness. Say that again? And was compelled to speak to him. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something that you wanna say, but I'm not sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager, I will do as you ordered should one such circumstance occurs. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him that this was the specific response for situations like this. Okay, but I'm talking about right now actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, I prepared answers written down in a list of responses, that's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for a situation like this. Clearly, prodding him for answer was going to get me anywhere, so... Occurred, sure, if you say so, I turned away from him and took off to join other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That's because the precise definition and nature of my subject of my case are just as unknown to me as to you. Should I point out an object or enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. I asked him again then. Had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself at the smallest peek into Marcel's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up to me to judge as well. Yeah. Under battle is imminent. Yo, boss, are you just gonna sit there all the way do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. Ah, gosh, I'll be right there. Brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies arrived precisely at the time Mercer had predicted. We made our way into the building. Whoa! Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does encourage so many guys on that peril? There's no end to them. Ah, it is a wing after all. This is a tab of violator. I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones for the subsequent reports. Huh. Things just appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that we were expecting to find the tab of violator here, not a big group of dozens or so people. What were the things sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent that taboo hunters things here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume kind of experience to contain mass melee combat? Okay. Okay, that's reasonable, I suppose. To exist. Huh. They must have thought our current manpower would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. It wasn't an expert that one of them, all of a sudden, the click in the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some sort of machinery. I wonder what? And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shower room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. The exterior was placed with strange shapes that looked familiar to what we saw on the Chunokun's faces down earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. An object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with a worn-out growth of pink past its prime. Man! Shield your eyes! When it began to emit a faint ray of light, obviously standard in a commanding voice. Yeah! And away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. Taking a recorded video, executive manager. In brief, look at the taboo violation. Shit! I'm so finished. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my metaphorically speaking shut eyes. Mentor? I saw open angry. What's wrong with you? And got dust in your eyes? What's wrong with you? Don't you know that everyone who watches them in a split second because the video and the anchor gets? Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellow. The motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. Right, this video is not recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred when subduing violators, the Encore employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. This is such a funny situation. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message delivered via white words on a black background. So it tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. As you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC 3224. I'm curious if they read us 3000 or 3224. You're under suspicion of category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will. What is foolery but witless buffoonery in absence of fools? A hollow vessel bereft of all but lingering delusion grants not even a rule of echo to the excoriation of fools. What's this fella on about? Yes. Clang. So much as telling Rambam had a Kim restless one party away that Encrop employee nice shaped weapon. When speaking out, my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. Only aim to say this abomination has no consciousness. Repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone with these sorted pastel words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that, it would be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us. Otherwise, effortlessly swatting away the N-Corp employee's attacks, as though he was goading us to tell him the truth. I don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I have really known, the blade. Transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by mere tool, living through both friend and foe unrestrained. Ugh. It's really rested on about that. I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I when that distorted being has no qualms about showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude that's unsolicited reflecting on the phantoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning customer into a fuck on a protection racket ran a mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver. Conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentors simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Mercer's eyebrows twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Pop. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the scheme that came into view was particularly unsettling landscape of Escort, followed by the bomb surrounded by a small army of John Shunno-kun. Mentor! That up and he shot me defying do. Isn't this about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? And still do I wake up from these dreams drenched in cold sweat? That they might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far, unlike earlier when under flash. Was that everything went dark? I don't understand what's happening, but first things first. We don't naturalize everyone here and get our mission back on track. I've been straying far and wondering all day for the exact reason, and so that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly because before I had the chance to ask Faust what she had meant. One who finds comfort in settling in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze. It changed. Did it? No distortion is different from the others. He wore an impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. The great wand of the South Circle. Really is such a manner. Already drew a bow that hung from the waistband and knocked an arrow. Suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab. Military Commissioner Im Gyong-yeop, how do you fare, friend? At the signal, arrows losing, seized the accused. The warrior loosed the knocked arrow, which shot in the sky with its piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chun-no-kun began to swarm us. Okay. Flash phenomenon. Escort, Cartfilker's soul. Yep. Oh, when returning to the field based on current battle form of the homeland, Gain or lose number of spent tenants in retreat. Swordplay of the homeland South stack. When in battle form of the homeland Bear Hunt, gain stack. When in battle form of the homeland Tiger Hunt, lose stack. Battle form of the homeland Bear Hunt. Assume a different battle from the homeland after 3 tenants use a pattern made of single coin skills. In Gepion gain advance to the higher sword of the homeland Sal stack. Mountains of Escorps District 19 are home to all manners of beasts. Amongst them, the bear in particular boasts strength and force akin to boulders falling from the cliff in a landslide. Giving ground to the creature's charges, ill-advised, one must aim to hoe it down with the first slash of the blade. Swordplay of the Homelands, Tal. On skill use, at min or max stacks, convert all coins of the series. Uses to unbreakable coins. Skill based power and coin power shift based on stack. Okay. Five stacks here. Dujiong Brigantine. Good lord. Max stack 5. When gaining this effect, gain shield equal to 10% of this unit's max HP for every stack. Does not expire. Gain 1 defense level down for every 2 stack. Deal stack slash damage. Lose 1 stack when taking shield damage equal to 10% of this unit's max HP. Okay. Memory transition. Multi-coin skills. Tiger's cunning and ferocious. One cannot hope to cut through the tiger's flesh with a single stroke. The relentless flurry of chain slashes can overwhelm the creature until it is felled at last. Will you do so when the tiger will escape death, or best his opponent to one day grow into a Sangun, a lord of the mountain? One of these beings will grant auspicious fortune men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. When this expires and then counter, okay. Develop memories. And these guys have doubled memories. Huh. That's curious. Oh dear. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Ah, Escorp's Dujiong Brigandine is one example of such armor. Much like Aircorp's pirate armors and full-plate armor used by the Knights of the West, the Dujiong Brigandine greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive combat capabilities. And yet these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with Dujiong Brigandine extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Level 66. Swordplay of the Homeland. Yep. If this unit has shield, gain poise. Ah. When the following conditions are met, use a pattern that includes both the homeland, arrow lose. When this unit lost all clashes for 2 turns in a row, in the turn after the turn in which this unit is spent in stagger, when in low morale or panic. As for the homeland, Escort National Art of Swordsmanship is also divided into 3 branches, Sal, Pio, and Pieo. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, the swordsman must wield great Huando, capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. Okay. So they have inappropriate swordplay of the homeland, they gain fragile. On Clash Win Poise count. Add small bleed, inflict bleed. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent, then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. Almans say that the kind of apex blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not, until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds, I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Okay. Unclashable with assist units. Okay. And he's gonna lose it. Lose Circle of the Homeland. And gain it if he hits unopposed. Okay, so we don't want for that to happen. We want him to lose. Circle the Homeland for now. Yes. Okay, there is also this. Okay, just poise up. Ezra has this. Clashing with this, clashing with this, clashing with this. Clashing with this, okay. We can let this hit Ezra, well, not really hit her, but we can let her get this through. She's gonna assist that. Oh, it's just a normal card, okay. Well, I think this is gonna get some beating. Actually, I could also clash with this instead. No, but then I would clash with this. Favor. Sure.
랜덤 서울을 건너
Mersault, please. Thank you.
지금 완전 삼천들이랑 공모대 같았어.
I forgot to get... I actually don't know if I forgot to get the Ishmael this time. Bah! She's so cute. This sucks. That's very nice.
나부터 상대해야 할걸?
Okay. Ezra, why are you doing this? Not even close. Very spine breaker. So it's Homeland, sword honing. Yeah, we can let this go through. He's gonna swap the stances in the turn anyway. Counter form. Oh, he's doing both of these. Okay, so we want it high now. Ezra can just tank about everything too. That's hilarious. Yeah, we want it up. Yeah, kill this. Anything else unopposed? Nope.
그려낸다.
Should be alright. Bear Splitter. Thank you, Ongler. Archie. Oh, that's very nice. That's minus 5 SP. Fight itself very nice.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간.
There we go. No, Faust. Don't do that to me.
임파스터.
Okay, now he's benefiting from that, really. Is he?
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시고. 이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니.
Very nice. Seven plus. Well, that's in. That's alright. Those are big numbers. He's gonna swap in a moment. I kinda forgot about that. Does he lose SP on flashes? Yeah, okay. Baseball is 2, which is fair because he has 2 weak to, well, low rolling skills. Okay. Yep. I think we're gonna clash both of these. Actually, this Flash Star. Aura. We can let this be an assist. Just to check.
이 주변은 귀하에겐 해가 될 수 있으니 물러나시게.
Yeah. Sure.
대검, 차단. 나 또한 듯이 숨이 타도록
Wonderful. 3. Ew, that was scary.
안와 올때 심장 내 안이란 빈틈 꿰뚫어주지.
That was also quite dangerous. Not good. Didn't have haste to claim their bones. Okay. Huh. That's confusing. Well, we're beating the hell out of them, I guess.
벤담 사월을 건너.
Thank you, Angdu. Thank you, Ismaildu. Angshu. Not really. Osiris. This is from an Osir team.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Osiris sounds very cool. Okay.
증량 5배.
Huh. Yeah, let's just beat the hell out of it then.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Okay. Okay. Beast mode. Oh, that's unnecessary. Wow.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길을 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않나. 멀
Yep, multi coins. I think that is every puzzle that we've seen. Yeah, sure, gain it, buddy. Here. We can do it against this one. here, 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 here.
발광 차단.
Okay.
허술하군.
You can get those unbreakables, I don't really care.
비와 요격 삼수 정리화. 비와 요격 틀림은 없군. 겨냥 삼수 상전. 가속 펀치.
Yep, sure.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Rush, were you this slow? Actually.
숨막히도록 견뎌. 절박하게
Well, we have seen now.
헤아릴 수
Yes,
없이
she does.
저주했어.
Unfortunately, poise got reset, but we can just do this. Okay. Am I stealing your flash? No, you can't even clash with that. Okay. Oh, we can go for this right now. Yep, should be alright.
처리하지.
Yeah, okay, that shield is going down this turn.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 그럼 안녕 몰아친 것을
Yep,
처절한 원망.
maybe not all of it, but it's going down very fast. Okay, maybe all of it, depending how much damage she does. Never mind.
육참. 골단.
That's a nice amount of damage. Oh, Ezra's smiling in the background.
내르 정렬. 원색적으로. 내가 공기력 때문에 내지 않고 특별히 보여줄게.
That's nice too.
나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어.
Yeah.
어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까?
Okay, now we lower it drastically.
엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
Anyone has a counter here? We actually do have several counters. That's not the best case scenario. It's a flashable counter. Okay, that is an unopposed attack, so it's fine. Now the shield is going down, so. I definitely should have used Ego, but by this point I don't even remember if I have enough resources. I didn't look at them at all. Oh damn.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
Burst forth?
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로. 임파스터.
Okay. Just a little more and I think we might be able to smash that damn thing to smithereens, but... Mm-hmm. Huh. Anchor was sending far too many people against us. They weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest alerted Anchor to our location. How do we get out of this? Authorities, help me out here. I decided to stop wrecking my brain trying to navigate this situation I know so little about and instead rely on seniors with possibly more experience in the field. First I need to know if there's any way we can deal with the unnecessary informants Anchor is sending after us. And second, will the thing in gain or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomena? Huh? Right, keywords, that's true. This one seems to be location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, Encore produces a caricature of S-Corp, which is within its range. Another one, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon the entrance to its dungeon of phantoms from anywhere within it. What are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim has provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. One of the many has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomena. Experience. There's an undercurrent of obsession with the experience studying his every trail. It must have ought to in relation to what has his distortion. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a through line to Encorp's technology that was core of his obsession. An experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Photograph can't experience. Oh, true. That was clearly not enough to personally open the dungeon. The phantoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Vertec is sharing what might ask him to the store. And going by the way folks were seeing your pieces one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not necessarily, but where does crumbs come from? So when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. The corporate person of interest, to wit, has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in town, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd likely prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each day another facet to the long cycle of one's driven man. A man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was in the end nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach through the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually madness is evoked in form of indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow, though darker than any I had seen on Kim's face, crept beneath the shade of his eyes. Oh, I'd seen that look once in the past. It would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his phantoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo Hatter Kim, photograph, contact experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion fathoms. Well then. Seriously, this is what I had seen the gateway to one's fathoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But most sinners were caught in the same predicament, so managed to disengage from battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of fathoms. But Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off N-Corp employees. I keep them at bay. See that Bamboo Hatter Kim stepped up. My sword arm not what it once was, but should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was more than just staying behind to protect our real heroes. What the fuck? What a terrible front. You skipped a letter. Well, okay, no, you can skip A. Eh? At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember that I'm hearing that entering a dungeon of fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms that distortion is gazing into. What lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to the place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... It was that simple, you try that too. Rajeshik card vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating, go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GP. Yeah, you... Yeah, I almost got it, Ryosh. Go, Junior. You guys go too, LCP. I can handle them all on my own. Will make a long stand? Hey, who the hell do you think I am? Ha, show you why team leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This is basically a monster of the week situation for team leader and me back in our duel days. I can handle them all on my own, no problemo. I want to see how you guys handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Ah, well, I guess I just have to trust our two OSIR team newbies to handle that. And I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team sayer, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. A mentor, be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a false step over or you may trip. I can clearly see that eyeing too. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? If you need of one. And me, and me, chest, you needn't worry.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께
Victory.
이곳저곳을
Actually,
다니며
victory.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장
Do we
멋진
get
곳에
the whole
나를
dungeon?
데려갈 수 있게.
Question mark, question mark, question mark, phantoms. Okay. A little break for now. And I'll be back soon. Phew, I ran out of liquid and kept falling too. Right on time. Can we grab a support issue too? No. Ooh, a proper MERS. I do think I would rather have Ishi though. Yep. Why? Okay, and we can actually have stuff like this up. Yes. It's still full 120%. So it's alright. I think. How many team members do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지게.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photographs too. Oh. This is Escorp too, right? This is the remission of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was out when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into Escorp Street. What greeted us was distorted and eerie scenery. I wouldn't be surprised to find an Escorp named Haunted Mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. And I would say that people inhabit these lands for truth. Yeah, I think it has a cool vibe. Why is my foot? I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. Why would you sleep in here? The lives of the downtrodden were bested by 1,000 foes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. A shadow that had begun to haunt him's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the phantoms of those it gazes into us, Kim said. Perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the Councilor, I would scale the roof of the Choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, well, another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of the Shoga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. It's a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw floor. Im Gyong-gi. Are you home? Ask her bodyguard P. Ooh! Escort Military Commissioner, sir. Are you home, I ask. What a strange visitor I have. When I called at the front gate, if you come swinging the master of the house, be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree, it's unbecoming. Dog, really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? There's such an odd occurrence transpired twice successive. The Warcraft bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her jests. She marches forth vested in war strider armor. It expects no violence. She wields the two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha. It harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyangop, the principal of the famed Kim family? You are certainly in a habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principal. Aha, not a compliment. You see, Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise for you are so bound by your precious principles that you'd rather be unreasonable than betray them. As an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter. Why, I'm out of line, as they say. You two are friends, right? This is our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. Oh. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. Oh, real. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well. Rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumor of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib. Bamboo Reinhardt. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exiled himself to the backstreets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and scarred heart did he find in the path of the sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor sword guarded that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that merely found the path of a man butchery is a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happens to fall into the right hands. Not a compliment, just a word on the street. You're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name, watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally as painful enough already. Keep it simple and straight as bamboo-hatted Kim, thank you. And thus he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shed of mercy on me, O mighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you and split you in two, 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So feel safe to continue traipsing outside the line, but in return would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me a free rein to continue traipsing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness, not that I ever do. I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Save them for the festivities of Dana. I was throwing rocks at the passerby. D&D, that's the wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is people of PPA and Sal in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their goddess content be hidden. Bone and flesh. But the pee in the downtrodden chilled me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Here, Salpipieo Industries. Blood. Flesh, Blood and Bone Industries. That's the name of S-Corp. Oh, curious. Then is it right did or it did not right? Salpipieo, whatever is it that our describing? This well-known truth in S-Corp is also known by its other name, Salpipieo Agro Industries. Okay, yeah. A wing specializing in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 card circles responsible for 3 different aspects of industry. Salpi, Pieo, each meaning flesh, blood and bone respectively. Sal responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. PPL responsible for meat and livestock. Right. Why is flesh responsible for rice? And blood oh. Okay. Bone responsible for meat. P in charge of technological aspects of both. As a scientist and researcher once told that Escort, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intention of yesteryear now lies sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to climb the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councillor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councillor, told this to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collode like that of the emaciated dead, who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield. An oft-heard poem when walking down the streets of Escorp. Oh. The people whom have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people, rats. Rats? Oh yes, the councillor finds rats detestable, much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. Since that these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer with them what the common folk rightfully deserve. He certainly suffered from a severe case of kleptomania. He purposely threw a rock at his feet, tripping to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there oft you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption revealed ought to be readily receive their scarlet aurabons. The gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I happened to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeon swimming with real vermin. I was going to do just that. When will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who will ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councilor. No. I'll turn to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. No. That's a cute face. Ah, she's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was. Correct, I haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had been left behind in an escort. I must say I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that the military commissioner of the South faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councilor who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escort. Eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinate official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing that... Well, I was in the service of the right state councilor, who's first ordinate, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by your side, have ended up exiled from Escort. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce you to the reticent one, and her. But made the blade lineage our home, for Escort availed no home for us by the lineage. But you, mentor, other show don't tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Tim looked around and twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. A ton of it. What can you say, really? We mentioned the dark and muggy tavern filled with air so steady it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, the thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a fork in a road. A constant powerful gust howled through one of the paths, and was filled with metallic tongue and the smell of blood. There was a path that was entirely silent. The last one echoed the harsh noise of swords striking against sword. Which path should we choose? Good lord! We choose swords. So many people are fighting up there. We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. The listeners all looked disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It was unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence. The sound of war only grew louder and louder, until they came into a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop of it was a red accessory, the kind of tattoo hung at the bottom of the hilt. Red tassel! Oh, that's a shame. There we go.
팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지와 앞으로의 모든 것을.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어요.
Ooh. Hateful blind lineage also. Poise, bleed, poise, bleed, flash cells. Last breath. If this unit is defeated, apply 5 poison, 2 poison count on all blade lineage allies at the next turn start. At 20 plus poise potency equip slash series. At 1 poise count, lose 10 HP instead of losing poise count. Bearing of a Salsu. Damage critical hit increased by missing HP percent. A breath taken together. When gaining poise potency using this unit's own space and coin effect, applies 1 poise to an ally that does not have poise or has the lowest poise. If Bumbo had Kimis on the field, gain 1 slash damage up and plus 2 bleed count. Resentment. There he is! Fugitive. When entering the encounter for the first time, gain Brand. No. Bearing of a Salsu. Okay. Swordblade the Homeland. If Pride Resonance are activated, gain Pride Resonance Poise. Apply slash power up and crit damage up to on all seniors and assist units, excluding these units. For Blade Liners allies, target double this effect. Wow. Gain Poise on Third Wave for haste. Blade Liners Mentor. Sinner and 2 assist units that do not have poise or have the lowest poise potency. Excluding this unit. More for Blade Lineage allies. Okay. Heal my flesh to claim their bones. In this unit, when this unit takes damage, it brings his HP down to 0, nullify that damage, then this unit can drop below 1 on the turn. He has 1000 HP. At 30 plus poise benefit, this unit is speed to 20, then equip Heal My Flesh on the leftmost skill slot. Okay, throw the sword. Okay. Acupuncture. Healed My Flesh. Until this skill ends, target the skill suit that has the highest max power, that's Clarice. Until this skill ends. Minus 2% throw attacks for every poison self. Minus minimum. Wait, that's. Okay, minimum minus 80%. Dash power for minus 1 for every poison self. Minimum minus 30. And will be staggered from taking damage. Clash win. Gain 5 poise, Clash lose, use claim their bones. And cannot use Heal My Flesh. And this is alright. This is already strong skill. Overthrow! Okay. Claim their bones. 10 plus poise, 0.5 plus 1. Damage for excess attack weight. Gain poise count. Consumal poise. 1 power for the final coin. 10 bleed and 2 bleed count, 2 paralyze. It's okay. Oh, we have win rate. Proper. We're not gonna do that though. We're pride resonating. Oh yeah, I actually completely forgot about this. I forgot that this becomes an option. Oh. His eye is blue.
벤단 사활을 건
여기 틀렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
And thank you for unboxing.
뜨거운
Goodbye.
조금 많이
아.
매콤.
가져갈 수 없을 거다.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공대 같았어.
흔들렸군.
And there we go.
본인은
All stacked up.
최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
살을 베어내고 이 자리에 있는 것들 전부 즉결 처형이다.
Oh yeah, he's gonna do his stuff.
발광 차단.
버튼을 새겨주지.
그렇지 않은 것. 귀와 여겨 몰아떨굴 수밖에.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
떨굴 수밖에.
어중간한 예술은
I
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
젠장, 일어나. 아직 11번을 죽어야 되고.
boing.
흉터의 결과요.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑
어.
같이 못 섞여 있는지.
0 to 1 clash power.
무방세들.
He has blue aura. Doesn't have Shin or anything, but
내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
hmm.
내가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을
Let's
내가
see.
엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
4월을 건너
Ah, only 3 coins. Damn it.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서
Oh damn, they're dead.
나를 데려갈
That-
수 있게.
Oh, excuse me. As we are slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, woke up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination akin to public employment policy in Escorp and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problem began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search of his escorts, lost his bearings, and found himself in this alley. If we could help him with directions, what should we do? Let me ask my group if they can help, sure. Yeah. Ishmael opened their mouth to begin, stopped, and then turned around to where Bamboo had Kim and Ang were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Spencer would know better. Come on. Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh and walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want to give it, no, you've passed the exam. But why would? It's for a good reason, just do as I say and then you'll thank me one day. The youth stared at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistance took precedence. He handed us what appears to be a small ceramic ware vessel. Oi. To make for a rather moving point, had it not been for the extended scoff Kim gave, the youth hurried on his path without minding the sudden discourtesy. Nobody asked him what had spread his own outburst. He did not give a reply, instead choosing silence behind the pressed lips.
선배분들이 잘
Like
가르쳐
the water dropper obtained. An eye identity gains assist defense, thus allowing gains to damage up and to protection. Have extra apply to number 1 deployed identity, gain to haste when identity is faster, and enemy deal more damage. Oh, this is kinda whatever. Yeah, I guess.
저 살점을 찢으면 더 붉게 칠해지겠지?
Yeah, we do have Sting Severance. At least.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
이 순간이 다 되었니? 귀와 요격.
We also have SP and we're gonna have the Ego resources, so that's gonna be pretty easy, I think.
그렇지 않나?
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었지.
이루어질 수 없는 희망.
Not anything of importance.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
모두 나의 바람인 짓이.
Hmm.
적이 걷는 도움 또한
어중간한 예술은
도움이
물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
흐트러지게.
거창을 새겨주지.
Okay.
반수가 이어졌다면
살을 베어내.
임파스터.
Hmm.
혼수는 금기다. 혼수는 금기다.
They look mostly similar.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
이 순간이 다 되었니? 흐트러지게 피어나리.
뼈를 깎는다.
몰아떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전. 몰아떨굴 수밖에. 자세에 틀림은 없군. 반수가 이어졌다면
Well, it's just combat going on.
아직 이걸
지금처럼
한 번은 죽어야.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
This is quite draining. I think I'm just gonna
나를 데려갈
limit
수
myself next time. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of an elite prison. Ah, what him less of a sight, but before he even fully exhales. Who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Claim that we are the prison's guard, keeping our eyes on the prisoner. Sure. At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clear planning to be prison guard the way we are was a lie to be easily proven. We took our heels as the woman red with anger came after us with her sword unsheathed. Ah, shame.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Okay, my life is the experiences. The memories I had recorded are different. Alas. Him came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped the same morose speech we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories that I had distorted, did you? Ah, I'm sad. It's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Him grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. His flippant demeanor and seemingly devil may care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Instinctively read that as devil may cry. Then this must be indeed the right state, Chancellor's estate. One had I once protected. What was worth protecting? Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. What shall I do? The Kettle stop over, you might trip. Oh. There were bodies laid out about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint, watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councillors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. Looking at the remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I had clearly remembered what Escorp logo I saw in Kim's Fatmos looked like. Hats these corpses were wearing are adorned with the same logo. It's why his mama had a Kim calling them assassins. In this corrupt land, the right state's councillor life was always precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have guts to speak the truth in Escorp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent amongst them, the left state councillor with the chief state councillor blessing sought to wield this private army to silence forever the tongues of those who advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they're prohibited in our homeland. They're kind of like the great houses of Escorp, each they had their own armies. But assassins there had been in the past, at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I'd thought this no different, though, with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor power had grown to loom over that of a king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been foolish. I can't have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the councillor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the councillor's bedchamber. When I heard them breach the door, asked and blessed me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the false scheme was, the left state councillor. Let this be my final act of loyalty, or I depart with life. For I am too meager a person to carry on your will, councillor. What I can do is plant the seed of terror in the hearts of the just, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing the greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the councillor at last close his eyes to his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right council. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed pals, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some guy you have to show your face here. Oh, him, the honorable right councillor who tails day and night in the service of the royal court. I know assassins, the assassins were sent by the left state councillor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth by you? The cruelty of your damning words an oppression upon the decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? Accused shall hid his crimes. One may go anonymously pretending to take the life of a severed right state councillor rather than the royal court. This audacious contumacious effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court but to the heavens and men alike. The revealed left state councillor who has long been in disagreement with the right state councillor the matter of the state, and is often to be so heinous that, especially counted his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Yet the tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. As we are, perforce, arrest the criminal and restore the rule of the law. You spot Now's senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor might be looking for the right councillor here, alive and well. My lord? The wretch leaned down to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state's councillor service? So many of his men to their death just to lure me into the trap. Why? Now, don't take this compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor the Ungeum, but you have been rather a grievous obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For its worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The proof is, though Escorp is indeed fond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Right, Sir Councillor? Easier. Feeling the worst, we have arrived to protect the river. Right, State Councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the right State Councillor's life, the bachelor's man has already watered the ground with Escorp's laborers, the very lifeline that runs in the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than a councillor's sword god Kim Lib. Nina so villain. Hobae. Whoa! And the Ochra bonds take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Ongyum. With that brand of noble sap your strength, even your mastery with the blade will only do. Are you to be my executioner, Gyeongyop? I'd received orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking. Nor would it befit someone of my station to stain my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know, the Councillor has abandoned me, there's no path forward. Pierre and the agro-industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core, this is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why refrain? Once the game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponents always start with stone placed on all 9 star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they will come after you. It's okay, unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations. I have royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so big that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal in the eyes of the royal court. You're as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I think you were the kind to go against honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule of two, and you are needed. Escort's fusion is in need of those who are less bound by expectations like yourself. Besides, it's not the rule I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say out how you attack with gratitude, didn't I? I consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Gyeongyop. Come with me, there's no hope left for Escorp. You said yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged games. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but me, it's as small as 3. I managed to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger you must enter its den. But wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, Aldon, your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escorp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I have it in me to take such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escorp. You know how I am, I just go with the flow. Yes, yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. And I'm just hoping that the currents of the river may someday bring you back to Escorp, that's all. Though I had left the Rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the blind lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongyop had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. As I let the game progress with the flows, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dice. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begin to grow like wildfire. One by one. Like those projections of Kim's darkening phantoms, from his memories. Kim's and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression that a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. Yeah, Kim believes that if the blade liners were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Ah. That's low. Anyway, for the next time, and obviously until this time, I'm probably just gonna read the non-sinner stuff. So like Ezra, Angdu, and Kim, who I will probably read, and Dante and the narration, but the rest I probably won't. Definitely not used to reading this much out loud. Wow.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
Okay. Didn't expect that. They just missed the clash? That would be quite funny. Okay, that's a lot. This guy is so dead. Here, this should be enough. Sure, let's go like this.
서울을 건너
I do find it funny that he seemingly just has a blue fiery eye, just like that. Obviously, it's possible in the city. I just find it funny.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라. 이루어질 수 없는 힘은
오케이.
오래되되 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않는 힘은
Yeah, okay.
저기 건넨 도움 또한
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunokons, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. You saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. Chungos began walking up to us, questioning them about the criminal whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into a haystack, all of them shook their heads and refused to give the criminal up, and they're hiding him for some reason. We made it approach us as well. What should we do? Went into the wrong direction. I'm not sure why blade lineage would get buffs from this. Appreciate this assistance. Once the group of Shunokons hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the man had crawled out of a haystack. Seeing that the Shunokons had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the monk and gave their thanks. Good work, you. Can't have those wild Shunokons take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people, they are wretches, I said. Wretches, so well fed while we all starve. I bet they'll bleed rice if we got them. I turned to gratitude with a polite bow and approached us. Oh, my thanks, I do not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourself, but it's a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blaine lineage. I'm only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor him had once done. Him squeal a smart embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long, I'm already on my trail again. It's about time I saw myself off. In a hurry, he bade us to wait a moment as he rummaged through his sack and produced a few packages of food. Take this, it's not much, but it should be quite filling for those on the road like yourself. Gratitude and vengeance, after all. Share a common quality there, both debts to be repaid, eh? Then he withdrew into the shadows.
선배분들이 잘 가르쳐 주신 덕이죠.
Kinda worthless though.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지와 앞으로의 모든 것을. 엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건 엄마가 돌아오지 않는 데였어. 너희는 어떠려나?
Let's go.
이
내가
순간이
왔다.
다 되어내리라. 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까? 낮도 밤도 지우고 숨이 닿도록 배워.
This is a nice interval, but I'm not really sure how high I would rate it personally. It's definitely not my favorite. The fights, I don't really like the fights here. Mostly because it's okay. It's, compared to other intervals, it's not bad to fight.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
It has a lot of content, lore-wise, story-wise, which is what's the expected part. And I do like the heal my flesh stuff.
좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
Are you gonna crit with that? Probably not. Okay, he's gonna die though. Guaranteed.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
This is not a slash skill,
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공허대 같았어.
unfortunately. Okay, that's staggered. That's a lot of pride.
이 순간이 다도 되어내리라.
I do think it's just a pretty normal interval. Not able to rate it properly, really, but
아직 이걸
지금처럼
한 번은 죽어야
엄마와
한다고.
함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
it's nice.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
반드시
Yep, let's go.
아비들도 거미집도.
The prey backed against the cliff's edge. I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. His judgments better on when contemplation harrows the mind. Indeed. Who's waiting for us in there? Not the hardest guess to make, is it? Expect to find Imkion Ep in there. Young Ep was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. No, even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspapers and TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escorp. It was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a based speculation? Your concern has grown uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. As what lies before you is but a figment of a distortion reflecting upon your memories. Is Gengo appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Gangop wasn't like that. Gangop, I still believe that sappy agro industry deserves to die. But destruction is not the point. The point is that I wanted to a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted, and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escorp. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bended, I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved faith. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escorp, whence I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? I think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is. But your method as it is now goes against the principles. I expect better from someone of your vials. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and bring the change within the limits of their principles. I hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed to change. Has that changed? What do you think? At least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that none of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I'm Im Gyang Eop, second ordained of the Salty Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commission of the royal court, shall hold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Entirely made up issues. She looks so massive. Okay, she just said the same thing. That's a lot of coins. Fate lost. Huh. Is that even possible? Is this the same? Oh, okay. 3-card circles of Sal, P, and Pivio each remain the standard Zhong beginning of escorting the forms suited to their own doctrines. Lord and Tail sailed that Sal has ever been the first to spearhead a slaughter, eager to cleave the enemy's flesh before any other. The P harvests the blood that spills from each opened flesh wound and turns it into endurance on the battlefield. The PO takes the close of the slaughter. They part one joint from the other, bringing the enemy to their knees. Then a blade through the neck bone finishes the collective act of healing. The sword of the homeland passed down the soul card, Tal. Court circle is not at its heart an art of healing. To cut and cut again until blood runs dry and the bone is laid bare. That is the essence of this art that strips the opponent's flesh into ribbons. That is the sword of the homeland practiced by Sal. Okay, this flesh flame. Eat my flesh. Okay, so I do want to clash with this for now. This you should clash. Okay, weak. I didn't give them ego. Damn it. Okay, we can do some stuff though. That's gonna be next turn.
죄를
오케이.
새겨주겠어.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
This feels like it's gonna be extremely easy.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
One.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
One. Thank you, Angdo.
나가봐라.
Thank you. 3 hits for me.
이루어질 수 없는 희망들, 추락해 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망들, 모두 나의 바람이었듯이. 적이 걷는 도움 또한 도움일 뿐.
Flashing, flashing, wonderful. Ooh. Oh, that's the methodology passive, I think. I don't think I've ever seen it activate properly. Now then, do I clash with them both? Definitely. It's actually no. I want him to lose a bit more. We probably don't want to clash with this. So it seems. I think.
무릎에
Okay. Okay.
이 순간이 다도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 다도록 베어낼까.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
She's losing a lot of SP with how many clashes she's losing.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금 자세에 틀림은 없군. 미래 경색을
Ouch.
지키고 있었죠.
임파스터.
저주라. 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
Okay, and next turn. Yeah, we let her attack. Above the homeland. That's the skill, right? Arrow lose. Yep. Oh, okay, it's not right skill. Shame we're not doing any assist defenses right now. But we're just gonna have to take that. Because now we wanted to go up. Oh yeah, this is 20 plus. Okay, I do want to recheck how this works. Okay. Right. Combat set. On allies including this unit, apply 1 poise medicine, 1 poise count. Okay. And then it hits. Yes, yes. Okay, we can go.
모불 아무
Ouch. Sure. Very nice damage. Even the balance. Very nice.
지와 요격 탐수 정민화.
나가봐라.
Ooh. Well, we're doing this first, that's for sure. That's scary, actually. Angdu, please, no! You're ruining my vibe. Oh. Bamboo had Kim, please, no! Okay, this is the one that Kim is clashing against. Okay. Oh, wow. Blue ones, Tiger Speaker. Ah. These guys are kind of griefing me right now. Okay, he's... Yeah, we can do that. Sure. We have no blues.
벤단 4월을 건
No! Wait!
이번 소준 벌써부터 문제지. 붙일 생각 없.
I kinda forgot about how that this is how it would work. Kim! Damn you! And this is the second one is also gonna go off really. Okay, I kinda messed that up.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한
Mersault, no.
사라지지 않을 테지.
You bastard. Damn it. I can't believe I trusted this damn slacker. Oh, that's actually so annoying. How much points do we have? 13 now. So let's go for this. Not make everyone die. Isaac? Please don't do that. Actually?
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Ouch. Okay.
내 팔은 변해 있었어.
What a load of shit, not gonna lie. No.
자신만만하게 달려가더니 근자감이었던 거야?
I can't believe I fell for it.
고작 이런 걸로 길이 끊어졌다고 생각하니? 아니,
I sure hope I won't need to
너희의
flee to the dungeon. Okay.
연결된 끈은
그대
너희가
No.
생각하는
검이
것보다
Okay,
필요하오.
I
더 질길
couldn't
거라니.
remake that. I couldn't give them ego anyway at this point.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다
That was so annoying. Holy.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 데였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가 되어버릴까?
You Ankdu, please, you cannot be serious.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
I do find it somewhat interesting that Kim's Kill My Flesh is actually last. I'm not really sure if it actually means anything of value.
나는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
거창을 새겨주지.
20 damage. Lovely.
철만한 것들.
Okay. That's actually nice.
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼웠지. 내 의안처럼.
Okay. I don't think we're gonna have tried this turn. Angdo needs her speed. We can still lower it this turn. Yeah, we want lower. So just like this.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Got some SP damage too, that's gonna be nice.
파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Actually could have had Pride Resonance, that's on me.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지우고 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
Okay.
나가봐라.
I'll be gone instantly. That's nice.
임파스터.
저주라. 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
And now we don't clash with this. This can be redirected normally, yeah, okay. Let's go for this turn.
내가 왔다.
Thank you, Aingdu.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
Considering everything, I think I'm vastly underprepared for this.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Especially since I could
켰던 순간을
have had
기억하나요?
2 or 1 ego gifts more. Half my team doesn't have ego. And it's just not a great combo
나가봐라.
overall.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Okay. That's a small bow.
임파스터.
요료슈쿠. 엄마가 만반잘구는 실패.
This damn bait. This is such a dumb idea.
요료슈쿠.
I did actually get attack fire down though for this turn, so that's nice at least. You two should be happy that you get buffs, that you dispense buffs, because otherwise you guys would get fired for sure. Here. This are gonna be tails anyway, so. That's a lot of bleed.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Thank you, Kim. You didn't get to grip me this turn. Ah.
이와 요격. 겨냥 삼수. 상전. 정민화. 이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
Zero. Yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. How much damage anyway? That skill roll 0. What?
털만한 것들.
Okay, staggered in a moment. Okay.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것. 흐드러지게.
Wonderful. Man, rent space.
절박하게 갈망했으니 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
아마도
I still
이런
can't believe in
날이었을
this.
거야. 나보다 먼저 엄마가 집에 돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마
What are you talking to? What are you talking to?
그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
Was this actually about blade lineage myself? I don't know. I don't think so. Oh, that's a damage amount. Yeah, we can just get some pride rest too.
그래, 내가 왔다.
총원, 조명이 전멸하는 저곳으로. 파도가 모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
But you're running out of boys.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라. 글쎄 아이고 그럼 안녕.
Oh,
몰아친 것을.
unfortunately not. Okay, not 600, that's true. Boing, boing, boing. Almost there.
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로.
That's a lot of bleed stacked up.
내가 공기력 때문에 애장품 특별히 보여줄게.
You bastard. You're even gonna steal the kill for sure. 36 SP suddenly. Gain some. Sure. All in on poise. He can take this, whatever.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
He took the fucking kill. She's not as powerful as I recall. You get weighted down by the brand. I am not so far ahead or behind. No, he's not. He's fucking griefing. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You better lock your sword with mine, don't parry it away. Can I proper sword fight with a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commissioner of Escorp is neck to neck, clash after clash. Two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a close in a final fatal bout, and thus settles the mentor license undead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo had Kim and Im Kyung ready for their final bout, Aang duel lay in between them. I'm really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor. I'm so scared to believe that you'd rather die. Yes, I am scared. I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't paid everything and everyone had the misfortune of placing their faith in me, my mission, my honor, my fellows. As though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust me. Trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, I saw where blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I had admitted that this game cannot be won? That mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart will become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. And I feel you're here to talk me into keep on living. Yet your words pain me so. The weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weaknesses will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities. Ask not of you. The blame life was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overwhelming guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Okay, man, when he's down. And have I ever had enough of that flippant clarking of yours? We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? No one has ever demanded so impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you're but a butching blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bomb hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the heart that's so deaf lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in the words that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a king of blades. Mentor, that's not what I said. Interesting. Where you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Is he gonna try to distort again? Angry and Inkyung were knocked away from Bamboo Hat him as though he bounced off by an invisible force. Is he gonna manifest ego though, instead? Kim raises his gaze to meet an empty air as though there was someone there. A hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. The last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Force me into an indiscriminate one that leaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement you have contented yourself with that last move. Whereas it seems I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round, as you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice. But let us play by my rules for the night game. Something different this time, me and this talking, I think that's an efflorescence perhaps. I knew that would happen. At some point. I thought he would start with an ego, frankly, but That was way before I know at all what he was like. But this was very within expected parameters. Nothing is for certain indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been so certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you, I will take what encouragement I can. Strangely, invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Imgian go up. That's just the grip on her sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit a bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose we'll be okay with that. Of course. Hide from the heavens gazed at this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled, we drift from shore to shore. With wine, I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth, I doff the shout to Munador. So this bamboo hat to veil my brow. The winds and rain may rage, I shall not trow. Hide me, bamboo hat one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to this the burden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear with the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Headed Kim. Bamboo-Headed Kim, the residence wretch. Okay.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며
The photographs rapidly fall away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the phantoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The phantoms of Escorp slowly lose grip on the sword, and soon reveals the phantoms of the distortion that has hidden beneath it. I see the resonance of the backstreets in their blissful height from taking the canned experiences. And the man who is watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker's always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. Your lives, our experiences. Wanna be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in the nest, legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cover in fear just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that we can get high on fake purchased experience nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life, then the photographs I've taken are all. No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. Let me show you the things I shot. The memories, experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mercel's face. I reflected on the events of the day and could at least begin to guess as to why that may be. You don't believe there's any experience, neither the can't experience or the guy's photographs, do you? Because experience and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. Ah, but what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materializes into humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And the next to him is another figure stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Let me, that thing's still alive? This one overlay phantoms created within this truth of space. This concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. The crime of exploiting the suffering of self-PPR industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's phantoms. And though it may be but a part of reenactment impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree. That is insane. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is to be sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on Dokugrapher's neck, decapitating him. Gion Yep is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Giengep's shape slowly phases out of reality. We found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me that headless corpses. We found a large group of injured and corpse staffs thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down the headless body of a topographer. He actually got killed by his own distortion. That's insane. What a loser. Holy. I had this before the...
제가 분명 말했죠?
I had this scene before the dungeon. I should have taken this. I don't think I would have. But anyway, the subject. Maybe the last one? A Python gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, dice. Tucking her radio back in, as recommended us in a relieved voice. The station has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who'd have thought that discussion would kill its own inflection point? If you knew that in advance, you probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's for the resident team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate that distortion from N-Corp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked well angered and came with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. The point is, we did it, the thing is done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these about the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD genius had kept her stressed and high-strung through the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the shipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Trying to. Would you mind raising the hymns of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Ang's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Phantoms, it seems that they were back to the more relaxed selves I know. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's how it's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Phew, you've given me a good, heart shake. I don't feel so good. Thank you, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart, my heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. I really can't read at this point. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, executive manager. La la la. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding Destina's injuries. Dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah? Oh hey, that sounds like a question for myself. Given how often I had to rely on information myself that provided me in this mission, I think I've got enough practice on how to phrase my questions the right way and pull the answers I need from him. This is gonna be a funny haha moment when he says something horrific and we'll see that in the canto, probably. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment to matter, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Mr. Do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? 6 times. Huh? Why? I mean, what's the most statically likely reason that was you? It was at that moment I heard the sound of pebbles crunching and their boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? Encore. Oh dang it, are you here because we bought some of your guys' listen? We had to because of the distortion, see? Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended. But we are in a different business, so if you would like to be kind to let us speak. Different business? I'm here to arrest me, manager. I see. Hold on, Marshall, let's... Wait, what? Marshall did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Marshall, formerly the one who nails. And the former member of maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine City headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp, imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 or eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incidents has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in its entirety. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with the regulation, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersol? Mersol twisted calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him. Nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the hell did you... This left a question more of a lyrics, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I said you should have warned us earlier, but it's just that I will follow the instructions going forward, right? Yes, I will. Subject now in custody. From this moment, you're considered a suspect and will be transported to headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would be the organization the suspect is part of. Organize this. What the bloody hell do you think? Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp employees. A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile sentence. Mersault now in Cav's gaze at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Yep, that is... that is not what I expected, and I kinda expected that. Okay. Okay. One hell of the end. One hell of an ending. A lot more fitting than what we got for Ryoshu Kanto. Wow. I have no idea how we're gonna the one who nails, holy! I have no idea what we're gonna do with that. But yeah, that's the whole thing. I'm a bit sad that I didn't get to see more ego gifts. I'm not a fan of Bamboo Hatted Kim being like that. But oh well. Well, yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you for watching. And most likely see you on Walpurgis? Or Railway? Or something else. See you next time.